Hallo und einen schönen guten Nachmittag.
Hello, good afternoon. We're happy to welcome you.
Wir haben hier genug Platz für bei der Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung.
The guests are trying to find a seat, and we are happy to be here at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you to this huge 2022 conference organized by UN Women Germany, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and the International Labour Organization. Today's program is Equal Care and Equal Pay. It's high time to close the gaps. My name is Vincent Emanuel Herr, and this is my colleague Martin Speer. We are 2 of 6 voluntary he-for-she ambassadors, and we support UN Women Germany to raise awareness among boys and men to fight for equality. And today we are your facilitator of this conference, and in order to explain some technical details, the conference will take place in English and German. We'll have a simultaneous interpretation, and you can see that you can switch channel 1 for German and channel 2 for English. And in the back there is our live stream, so we also have online viewers. A very warm welcome to you. And for those who join us online, you also have 2 channels in order to switch between German and English. Why are we here today? Equal care and equal pay has not become a global reality yet. In most countries, equal care and equal pay has not been achieved yet, and there's still a 16% global pay gap, and equal care is often underpaid, undervalued when it comes to family responsibilities, taking care of relatives, and this is usually shouldered by girls and women. And according to the ILO, it is usually women taking care of these responsibilities. This is an additional 90 minutes every day. And due to the pandemic, we have kind of relapsed, and these stereotypes have become stronger, and the care gap and the pay gap are closely intertwined. And this is, of course, very easy to understand. Women spend 3 times as much with care work, so that's why they lack time in other areas, for example, for political work. And when it comes to paid work, this will also have an impact on their pensions later on. So we need to close the care gap and the pay gap, and we need to do both. And the good thing about it is that this is a huge benefit. So whether you are into closing the care gap or the pay gap, no matter what you do, it will have a positive impact on the other gap. So often a lot of work is involved, but it will lead to more equality in the end. And then there is another benefit of today's program. We have a plethora of a number of renowned experts from the ILO and the OECD, and they will explain what it is all about, talking about the care and pay gap. And there's also a big international panel in order to dig into international approaches. And afterwards, it is up to you, the audience. There will be 3 workshops that will be held at the same time, and I'm sure that most of you have already registered for these workshops. And we will discuss the topics of this conference and try to develop a number of quests that we have, and we will try and find out what are the next steps to talk. So the main idea of today's program is to learn from each other and to strengthen each other and find about new insights. And if you've joined us today here or online, and you would please use the Equality Now hashtag in order to post about this event. And now we would like to hand over to UN Women Germany and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. First of all, there is Elke Ferner, the chair of UN Women Germany.
Ja, lieber Martin, lieber Vincent, vielen
Martin, Vincent, thank you very much for these very warm words of welcome. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you. We are all delighted to meet here in person at such a huge conference, because I'm a bit fed up with all these video conferences, because what these conferences are usually all about is the time where you can have some personal exchange between workshops and conferences and do some networking, developing ideas. This is what I appreciate most about these events, and that's why I'm happy to be able to hold this conference here at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. Julia, I would like to thank you for cooperating with us. I would also like to thank Mrs. Niederfranke from the ILO. I haven't seen her yet. There's a seat reserved for you, Mrs. Niederfranke. Thank you very much for your cooperation. There are representatives of the ILO, Mrs. Petrini, and the Parliamentary State Secretary, Mrs. Kofler, the head of the workshops, Mrs. Hupon, Henrike von Samuelsdottir, and Fikri Anil Atintash. And there will be Anita Batir, Teresa Swanstrom, Shidi King, and Lisa Pauls. And a very warm welcome to Bärbel, Lisa Pauls, and Jutta Almendinger will join us for the final panel. And I would also like to thank Olaf Stolz and Gudne Johansson for their video messages that we are going to see in a minute after the introduction. Hanna Stellwag from Verdi is unfortunately not able to attend because she has fallen ill. This is really a pity, but she, of course, will have the opportunity to join us to see the live stream. And there is a representative of the union from Sweden, so we will also have representatives from the trade unions here, which is a particular pleasure. And Karin Nordmeyer is also here. She is the honorary chair of UN Women Germany. Equal pay and equal pay, these are the two sides of the same coin. So I will give an introduction on equal pay. In 2006, the gender pay gap in Germany was 23%, now it's 16%. Well, so it's just a decrease of 7%. So this would mean that we could wait another 50 years for finally closing the pay gap. So this means that our grandchildren can finally see equal pay. And the gender pay gap actually means what women earn less per hour compared to men. If this is multiplied by the work that is being done by women, and if you look into the income gap, well, the situation is even bleaker. So what I tried to do in the morning was looking at an average income of 4,200 euros per month, and let's subtract a difference of 18%. This means 9,000 euros per year, and if you work for 40 years, this would be 362,000 euros. This equals to well, buying a flat, and let's say women work part-time for 20 years, then this is even more than 500,000 euros. And I think this is not something that women are prepared to accept any longer. That's why we need to put equal pay into reality. We need equal pay, and we want to be treated equally. So during our workshops, we will have discussions on that topic. Iceland is a country with very good laws on that, and I'm really looking forward to learning more about it and the impact of it, and whether they have already achieved to close this gap. And we want to achieve the 5th Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, equal treatment of men and women. We want to achieve this by 2030, and well, the situation in Germany is even worse than in Hungary. So this should be incentive enough in order to step up our efforts here. I'm looking forward to today's discussions. So the floor is yours. I'm very delighted to see so many of you here today, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion.
Liebe Elke, herzlichen Dank und danke, dass du...
Thank you very much, Elke, and thank you very much for presenting these figures. Now we would like to welcome Julia Blesius. She is the head of the consultancy department of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. A very warm welcome to you.
Vielen Dank, Martin.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you, Elke, for this introduction. I would like to welcome you to the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. We are very pleased to organize this conference together with the UN Women. Well, in many different aspects, we have seen a number of crises for quite a while. There is COVID, a pandemic that we have seen for 2 years. And this sometimes covers up a number of other structural problems, and this has even added to the structural issues that we are facing. And one of these problems is the gender care gap and the gender pay gap. And of course, there are even more the gender time gap, the gender pension gap, and they are all intertwined. And unfortunately, they are still a reality today. Elke has already mentioned the issue of the gender pay gap. Now I would like to tell you more about the gender care gap, because it is linked to the gender pay gap. It is a reality that women in Germany burden more of the care work in Germany, unpaid care work and paid care work. And I'm under the impression, when looking into the equal pay gap, there is more and more awareness, but when it comes to the gender care gap, there's not as much coverage. The gender care gap was even deepened during COVID, and men and women were burdened with a number of things, but Jutta Almendinger said in spring 2021 that she has the impression that this pandemic might lead to a retraditionalization of gender roles, and now we have seen a number of studies confirming this idea, because usually it's women and doing the care work, and there's also the idea that they are supposed to do the care work. So this means that during the pandemic, but even without the pandemic, it is mostly women active in care, taking care of their families and also of childcare. And this led to the fact that more than 60% of women say that they face a lot of difficulties with their work-life balance, that they are overburdened, especially single mothers. and mothers that are less qualified. Vincent and Martin have already mentioned the gender care gap per day is 90 minutes. This is about the length of a football match. And during the pandemic, there was an additional 3 hours that women have to take care of their children, and this adds up to 9.6 hours. This is more than an average working day. And this stresses how important it is to look into this phenomenon, not only talking about it, but also trying to develop an action plan. And this is what is supposed to be done during the workshops mentioned by Elke, because the idea that there is this equal care gap is linked to other areas. So there is unequal pay, then there is a slowing down of career progression of women and a pension gap. And in order to deal with this problem, women and men need to cooperate. That's why I'm happy to see some in far and few between. Of course, there could always be more, but I'm really happy that Vincent and Martin will be today's facilitators today in order to show that we also need men helping us and coming on board. All actors need to cooperate, actors, economic, political actors, and the civil society. And of course, trade unions also play an important role. They will be also among the panelists because they have an impact on labor conditions, on working conditions. And the Friedrich Ebert Foundation has been working and dealing with this topic for quite a while, equal care, equal pay in Germany, but also on an international level. And that's why I'm delighted to welcome our international guests and Mrs. Kofler, our parliamentary state secretary of the Federal Ministry for Cooperation and Development. Often it's the Nordic countries that act as a role model. They have achieved a lot when it comes to equal care and equal pay. There are still some challenges in the Nordic countries, but it's always worth taking a closer look. And today it will be Iceland, where we'll put a focus on. I would like to thank you for coming here. I would like to thank our speakers for coming here. It's great to meet you in person. I would like to thank UN Women Germany, especially Mrs. Ferner, because she has the idea to hold this conference. And I would also like to thank the International Labour Organization.
Super, sehr herzliches, ein großes Danke auch an dich, Julia.
Thank you very much to you, Julia, and you have already said the right thing. We also need men when it comes to this commitment, and we can look around here and see a couple of men, so it's nice that you are all here, but there's still a little bit of leeway here. And we'd like to share a few thoughts on this with you. When talking about equal care and equal pay, we need solidarity of men, women, all genders when it comes to this issue. And one possibility, one initiative that does this is he for she, the UN Women's Solidarity Movement that tries to activate men, show them that you can be a real man and also be committed to gender equity against the pay and care gap. But what does that mean in concrete terms? It's only fair to bring men on board, but in practice, it means that we men have to critically look at ourselves and ask ourselves, what are our expectations, what are our stereotypes, and we have to critically look at them. We men should discuss this with other men as well. Why should men also take parental leave? How can you achieve a good work-life balance? How can a partnership look like at eye level? And how can a broader idea of masculinity look like? If we do this as men talking to other men, we build bridges and we contribute to the establishment of a truly better world. Our he for she ambassador colleague Robert Franken, who's not present today, but who is very active, he's one of the 6 ambassadors, once summarized this quite nicely.
Teil der Lösung.
If you are not part of the solution, you're automatically part of the problem. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. The good thing is men also benefit from advances in the equal care and equal pay issue. There are numerous studies showing that if men play a more active role in the family life, they have closer connections to their children, and there's less pressure. Relationships are more stable, more resilient, and can weather crises better. And there's less pressure of being the breadwinner for the family. So these gender stereotypes make life more difficult for all of us. And it's important to talk about care work among men. If you ask men what care work means, they don't know what it is. And how big is the mental load? What does it really mean to think of so many things that other people don't have to think about? These are central concepts, and it would be beneficial for all of us if men knew more about it. So Vincent already said it, he for she is one of the possibilities of doing this. There's also a very great mental load test by the Equal Care Day initiative. If you're here today outside, we also have information about he for she and the work of UN Women, and you will also find the he for she journal there. It's like a little diary that helps you to increase your reflection on this issue, to advance on this issue, and you can have a look at it outside and also download it. And under the hashtag he for she at home, we would also like to invite you to share impressions, little stories from your own family life if you make advances in this field at home, because we can very often learn from other people's stories and solutions. So maybe introduce and share your solutions and ideas. And Elke and Julia already said we are going to look at the structural level today and also the individual level. How are things interconnected? How is equal care or different pay connected to parental leave? Who takes parental leave? How can this be connected in a way that will really lead to solutions? And now we are looking forward to listening to powerful men to learn about how they are using their power to make advances here. We're very glad that the Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz has provided us with a video word of welcome, and he will now digitally address us.
Just imagine that people earned around 37% less, simply because they had green eyes. Imagine that those people spent about 3 times as many hours a day on unpaid care work. And imagine that this often resulted in worse career opportunities, lower income and pensions for them. You know what I'm getting at? All of us would be outraged by such an injustice. However, if you replace people with green eyes with the term women, you are looking at the current state of gender equality in the world. It is outrageous and simply unacceptable. Studies show that the COVID-19 pandemic has set the world back even further on gender equality, some say by an entire generation. According to the Global Gender Gap Report, reaching equality worldwide will now take 136 years. Of course, we cannot wait that long. So I congratulate you for being impatient, for speaking up for gender equality. We need to get better, and we need to get better quickly. My government is determined to do its part. Our major goal is to reach full gender equality in Germany within this decade. We have decided that women will hold half of all leadership positions within the federal administrations by 2025. A first step, symbolic but nevertheless important, was made by reaching gender parity among the ministers in the current federal government. We will reform national pay transparency legislation and promote ambitious EU rules in this field. We will introduce a support scheme for professional home care services from which families will benefit. Together with our federal states, We are improving all-day care at primary schools and the quality of our kindergartens. We will expand networks protecting women who have become victims of violence and those who defend them. This means, first and foremost, sexualized violence, as well as the hate speech that targets women in particular every day on social networks. Women have a right to justice. Saying that these days reminds us of the brave women and girls of Ukraine. Once again, the world is witnessing how women and girls bear the brunt of war, how they become victims of abuse and sexualized violence. We support the ongoing prosecutions. The perpetrators must be held accountable. And we are proud to shelter millions of Ukrainian women and children who have sought refuge in the European Union. We will support them in rebuilding their country. Global solidarity has always been at the heart of the fight for gender equality. That is why your conference and the networks that you are creating are so important. I wish you every success. I'm convinced that together we will close the gap. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank an den Bundeskanzler.
Thank you very much to the Chancellor for this clear statement, which we, I believe, all appreciate. I think Julia already mentioned it. When it comes to these issues, it's always worth to also look towards the north and see what we can learn when it comes to making advances in care and pay gap reductions. We have a number of Scandinavian speakers present today, and that's very nice. And I'm particularly glad, following the Federal Chancellor, we now have Gudni Johannesson, who is the President of Iceland and has also sent a video message. Mr. President, please.
Sehr geehrte Konferenzteilnehmende und Zuhörende.
Dear participants of the conference, around the world, the work of women is less appreciated than the work of men. For the same or similar work in the labor market, women receive less pay than men. Women everywhere in the world do more unpaid work for education, housework, and care. The same applies to the Nordic countries, and unfortunately, Iceland is not an exception to this rule. This situation needs to be remedied. We have the means of doing it if we only want. But this requires concrete measures. Here in Iceland, we have started to take the first steps towards this direction. In 2017, Iceland, as the first country, embedded a certified equal pay in a law. By law, institutions and companies need to prove that men and women receive the same pay for same or similar work. Also, the same right to take parental leave and a targeted motivation to convince men to make use of this right have contributed to a better balance of men and women in the labor market. The official measures have shown to be successful. In the past 13 years, Iceland has seen the lowest level of gender inequality around the world. But it's still a long way until we achieve gender parity. New laws and regulations are an important step, but it is equally important to change our way of thinking. In Iceland, we focus on active participation of boys and men, both when it comes to the discussion and to the introduction of new measures. I personally have assumed my role as a he-for-she champion of UN Women with great pleasure. I use every opportunity to talk about equal pay and gender equity. But I also listen to others. Gender equity cannot be achieved if we consider this to be a private topic for and of women. The battle for gender equity is a battle for human rights and a better world for all of us. I would like to thank all of you for your commitment, and I wish you the best of success.
Ja, vielen Dank auch an die Präsidentin von Island.
Thank you very much to the President of Iceland, Guðni Jóhannesson, and I'm very happy personally that he's so much committed for he for she. This is very good, and you all can also support he for she. Have a look at it, heforshe.com. You can support that globally, or heforshe.de for Germany. Now, this was the words of welcome and video message part as an introduction, and we are going a step more into detail now with regard to care and pay gap, and I'm going to switch into English for that.
With us today, she is with the International Labour Organization, or ILO, where she is a branch chief for gender equality, diversity, and inclusion. She will join us virtually, and she will shed some light on the problem of the care gap in particular. She will look at why it is essential to close the care gap now, how it will promote gender equality at large, and how we can do so. Chidi, thank you so much for joining us virtually, and the floor is all yours.
On behalf of the ILO at this important conference on what is such an pressing topic. I certainly would have loved to join you in person, but we're also very conscious of the need to minimize our carbon footprint in our seemingly increasingly fragile and vulnerable world. I'd like to congratulate UN Women and FES on the organization of a conference that really highlights the intimate link between equal care and equal pay. The gender pay gap will not be closed as long as we continue to both undervalue care and to place care responsibilities primarily and disproportionately on the shoulders of women, rather than recognizing care as a collective responsibility and a common or public good. We know that the vast amount of unpaid care and domestic work performed predominantly by women, 2 to 10 times more than men across the world, contributes to human well-being. It builds stronger social ties. It's indispensable to protecting our environment, building resilience to climate shocks, and it enables economic dynamism, participation, and inclusion. Yet it remains largely invisible in terms of our national statistics, as well as systems for measuring social and economic value. If I can share just a few facts and figures, in 2018, 2 years before the COVID-19 pandemic, the ILO found that 606 million women were unavailable for employment due to unpaid care and domestic work responsibilities. Compare this to 41 million men. And before the pandemic, the gap in hours worked in employment by women and by men was already large, with women working an average of 19.8 hours per week compared to 34.7 hours per week for men. And a large part of this discrepancy was attributable to the need to try to balance work and family responsibilities. And the situation seems to be getting worse. The ILO's latest monitor in the world of work shows that women globally now spend 18.9 hours weekly in employment, or if you like, 57% of average hours worked by men. So we know that disproportionate care responsibilities had a significant impact on women working in the informal economy as well. In the second quarter of 2020, for example, the number of women in informal employment declined by 24% relative to the pre-pandemic situation. And we can compare this to a decrease of 18% among men. And again, care responsibilities contributed in large part to this unequal impact. And we know that the recovery so far has been insufficient to bring the gender gap in hours worked back to pre-pandemic levels, as we've just illustrated. Social norms, but also significant legal implementation and financing gaps underlie these persistent care gaps. The ILO Convention on Equal Remuneration, number 100, has been ratified by 174 countries, but the gender pay gap persists in every corner of the world. The Equal Pay International Coalition, led by ILO, UN Women, and the OECD, aims to address this implementation gap. And the ILO's recent report, Care at Work, estimates that 649 million women still don't have adequate maternity protection that complies with the minimum standards set out in the ILO's Maternity Protection Convention, number 183, or have no protection at all. And this includes self-employed women, women working in the informal economy, migrant women, and adoptive and LGBTQI plus parents. At the current pace, it will take at least another 46 years to achieve minimum maternity leave rights in the 185 countries reviewed. And whilst we've seen positive trends towards recognizing the rights of fathers to paternity leave, this generally remains much shorter than maternity leave, and take-up rates are low, no doubt due to a combination of gendered social norms and labor market discrimination, including in relation to pay. So there are still over 1 billion potential fathers or men aged between 15 and 49 years who live in countries with absolutely no right to paternity leave. In terms of childcare and early childhood development, evidence shows a strong and positive correlation between quality care and improved life chances, as well as a correlation between the employment to population ratios of women with young children and the number of children enrolled in early childhood educational development programs for children aged 0 to 2 years. But despite all this evidence, a lack of childcare services, gaps in quality and provision, and inadequate working conditions, training, and professionalization within the childcare workforce remain a missed opportunity for advancing gender equality, inclusion, and, of course, sustainable development. Only 21 countries grant universal childcare services currently for children aged 0 to 2 years. And when policies are assessed as a continuum of care provision, we find a large childcare policy gap, which is the time lag between the moment at which leave entitlement comes to an end and the age at which children can access childcare services or attend primary school. And globally, this gap amounts to an average duration of 4.2 years. Of course, women also form the overwhelming majority of workers in paid care work, upwards of 70%, where discrimination and vertical and horizontal occupational segregation mean that women are to be found mainly in care jobs in the informal economy or more precarious, less well paid, and less protected work in terms of occupational safety and health, including in relation to violence and harassment, and in terms of social protection, including adequate pensions. ILO's General Survey of 2022 focuses on decent work for care economy workers in a changing economy and gives some pointers as to how some of these deficits can be addressed. Health and education workers make up the largest part of the care economy and remain a major source of employment for women worldwide. In July, the ILO and WHO published the first ever global sectoral gender pay gap report, which is a stark manifestation of the link between unequal care and unequal pay. It reveals that women suffer a double jeopardy. Average earnings in the sector are lower than other sectors, and there's a 24% gender pay gap in the sector, higher on average than in non-health sectors. It also shows that women, especially those at the low end of the pay scale, have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has led to a high number of occupational injuries, illnesses, and death. COVID-19 revealed that many health and care workers don't benefit from adequate social protection themselves, including healthcare and sickness benefits. And this is particularly true for domestic, migrant, and racialized women, and women who experience multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. Women, migrant, and domestic workers constitute a significant proportion of the care workforce in many countries across the globe, but are affected by low wages, very long or too short hours of work, stress, violence and harassment, low status, and little decision-making power autonomy. You can add to this poor working conditions that include insecure or no formal contracts and limited or no social protection. Migrant care workers in high-income countries, the majority of whom again are women, face a double wage penalty for being migrants and care workers. Migrant care worker is likely to earn 19.6% less than a non-migrant worker. This is over and above the 12.6% pay gap experienced generally by migrant workers. So investing in the care economy, creating quality care jobs, and promoting a more balanced sharing of unpaid care work at home and between families in the States is a pillar of the ILO human-centered and rights-based gender transformative agenda crafted by ILO constituents, who are governments, employers, and workers organizations. And the ILO report, Care at Work, really calls for investments in a package of transformative policies, which includes both social infrastructure and workforce investment and care leave policies. To push this transformative agenda, ILO, alongside UN Women and WHO, is leading the care economy cluster of the UN Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions. And then in wrapping up, as I see I don't have very much time left, but perhaps I can say just a few words about how the ILO is working with its constituents and others to address this persistent care gaps. The ILO's 5R framework for decent work forms the anchor of this work. In addition to recognizing, redistributing, and reducing unpaid care and domestic work, including through the provision of quality public services that are also accessible for women in rural and remote areas, and gender transformative social protection, it's essential to ensure that care work is appropriately rewarded and that care workers' right to representation is guaranteed and respected. And more detail on this framework is available both in our Care at Work report and the UN Women Toolkit, Unpaid and Unpaid Care Work. ILO is developing a global care policy portal with support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to make the Care at Work data broadly available. And this includes a care policy investment simulator to help member states and other partners simulate how to close care policy gaps in line with national context and reap the multiple benefits of investing in the care economy. We are partnering with UN Women, UNDP, and UNICEF to assess the care needs of target populations and to help build fiscal, regulatory, and technical capacity to design, finance, and implement inclusive policies and care jobs in the care sectors. And we're carrying out extensive field piloting of new light time use models as part of ILO labor force surveys to support countries to measure participation and time spent on unpaid care and domestic work. We're providing technical assistance to improve the skills, professionalization, and working conditions of care workers, including domestic workers. These are just a few examples that point not only to the need, but also to the possibility of accelerating progress and investing in transformative policy packages that can close care gaps and that are responsive to gender needs and also to national context. We stand ready to work hand in hand with all of you to ensure that a better world of work is one that is more caring and gender equal, and where women at work in all their diverse backgrounds, experiences, and characteristics are remunerated according to the true value of the work they perform. Thanks very much for listening.
So thank you, Chidi. This applause is all yours. You've been live, so thank you so much for taking time and sharing these precious insights into your ILO work. And I really appreciated that you were highlighting also the intersectional dimension, but also highlighting all the way that we have ahead to also close the gap when looking at parental leave. We want to now get to the topic of equal pay, and we are really happy that we have another expert among us. It's actually Valentina Petrini, and she's a social policy analyst at the OECD. And Valentina will also present results and actually evidence from her OECD work and latest research. And we are really happy that you're here in Berlin. Welcome.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for the organizers for gathering us together here to talk about such a timely topic. And also thanks to all the previous speakers who already gave us so much inspiration with their words. You won't be surprised to see that what I'm going to show you is very much related to what the previous speakers have already mentioned. But I am going to show you a few slides. Maybe just to start, At OECD, we have recently assessed the implementation of our recommendations in gender equality. We asked countries what they thought the main issues in gender equality are. It came with no surprise that after violence against women, gender pay gap was mentioned as the second most urgent priority, followed also by issues such as the unequal division of household tasks. But maybe let's start with some good news. It's important to recognize that over the past decades, women's labor force participation, labor market outcomes have improved, though much of this progress has been threatened by the COVID pandemic. Another good news is that also the gender pay gap has been decreasing over the last years. If you look at 25 years ago, on average across OECD countries, it stood at 19.2%. Now it stands at 11.7% on average. The bad news, though, is that this is still a very serious gender equality challenge. A wage gap of 11.7% means that a woman working full-time today makes 88 cents on average for every euro or dollar a full-time working man makes at median earnings. If we look at average values, the yellow dots, we also see important variation across countries. There are countries such as Korea, Israel, Latvia, Japan, where the gender pay gap stands above 20%. And these aggregates likely underestimate the extent of the gender pay gap across different groups that suffer intersecting forms of discrimination deriving, for example, from issues such as race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity. The gap gets even larger if we not only consider full-time working men and women, but if we look at how much money all working women and all working men take home at the end of the year. Because typically, as we heard before, women tend to spend fewer hours in paid work because they are overrepresented in part-time jobs, underrepresented in jobs with long work hours. If we look at the blue lines, we see that the gender pay gap tends to be smaller among low earners, and this is also thanks to the presence of minimum wage regulations. But the gap gets at the highest levels among top earners, indicating how difficult it is for women to make career advancements. Adequate earnings are crucial for ensuring women's economic independence throughout life, as we also heard from the calculations by Elke before. But the consequences of pay gap are obviously painful when we come to old age. Indeed, women's retirement income is only around 3/4 of men's retirement income on average across OECD countries, which puts the women at a higher risk of poverty in old age. But before trying and thinking of solutions, it's important to try and understand the causes that drive the gender pay gap. This could very easily become a very long list, but I'm going to mention a few that we have also already heard from previous speakers. One is horizontal segregation, meaning that men and women are concentrated in specific sectors or jobs. Women tend to be overrepresented in fields that pay relatively lower wages, such as caregiving and service sector jobs, and they are underrepresented in better paying sectors such as science and technology jobs. Another issue is vertical segregation, women struggling to advance in their career. These forms of segregation are strongly related to gender stereotypes that since very early age determine what a boy or girl is supposed to become in society. But they also derive from discriminatory hiring practices, as evidence in research has shown. And a lot of the above is related to the unequal sharing of unpaid work hours and the motherhood penalty, as I will show you in a second. At the OECD, we have recently conducted research to better understand these causes. We used matched employer-employee data from 16 OECD countries, trying to understand why men and women with the same or similar skills are still paid differently. What we saw is that differences in pay policies between firms account for about 1/4 of the gender wage gap. This is related to horizontal segregation. Women tending to be mainly concentrated in low-wage firms because of discriminatory hiring practices by employers, but also because of women's preferences for firms with flexible working hours, flexible working arrangements. On the other side, 3/4 of this difference is attributable to differences within firms. So within the same firm, Men and women have different tasks, different responsibilities, but also to a lesser extent, this gap derives from differences in pay or for work of equal value. Using a life cycle approach, we see that these differences increase around the age of motherhood, and they affect job mobility for women. Within firms, women are less likely to be promoted to get wage premium because they are more likely to be in part-time jobs or to experience career breaks. Between firms, women are much less likely to change jobs because of wage or career considerations, more likely to do so because of personal reasons, including looking for an employer that offers work-life balance solutions, or again, an employer that is close to home. Career breaks account for an important part of the motherhood penalty. As we see here, the longer the career breaks, the lower the wage growth that women experience. And much of this can be attributed to the unequal sharing of unpaid work hours between parents. As we heard before, even before the pandemic, in every single country, women were doing more unpaid work than men. This limits both the time that women can spend in paid work, as well as their possibilities to advance in their careers. So we went into the pandemic with this long-standing inequality, and as also confirmed by other surveys, also through our OECD Risks That Matter survey, we discovered that women were 3 times more likely than men to state that they had taken on most or all of the additional care work deriving from school and childcare services closures. So this is a very complex issue, which means no single policy can address all of this. We've seen important efforts in government policies to tackle the gender pay gap, but still, it is still there. We need, of course, to start with education, not only by ensuring equal access, but also to tackle gender stereotypes and making sure that boys and girls are free to make their own educational choices and have equal possibilities to have career perspectives. If we don't get the balance at home right, we won't get balance in the labor market either. So we've seen how important the life cycle perspective is in these issues. So we need gender-responsive family policies, as we've heard from previous examples as well, starting from parental leave policies. We have very good examples from Nordic countries, promising developments deriving from the EU Work-Life Balance Directive. We need comprehensive systems of early childhood and education. As we heard from Chidi again, the continuum of supports that is typically offered in Nordic countries is again a very good example. But governments also need to make sure that there are sufficient financial incentives for households to become dual earners, and to avoid basically that second earners or mothers are kept out from the labor market altogether or just stuck in part-time jobs. Of course, this needs to be supported by broader institutional setups, employment protection, and policies that target the labor market and firms. We have seen how important equal pay laws and anti-discrimination laws have been to support workers' rights, how important wage-setting institutions are in the form of collective bargaining and minimum wage regulations. We also observe in OECD countries a momentum with respect to the use of pay transparency practices. Half of OECD countries have some type of gender pay reporting. 10 of them have gender pay audits that hold promise to reduce the gender pay gap, but these are still quite new practices. We need more evaluation on their effectiveness to really understand what's working. And finally, I would mention quotas, voluntary target setting, and soft measures are very important to break the glass ceiling and make sure that women can not only access management positions, but also hold senior leadership positions. You can read much more in a number of research that we have published. I know that this presentation will be shared, so don't hesitate to have a look at those, but also get in touch with me in case you have any comments or questions. And thank you so much. Looking forward to the following discussions.
Thank you, Valentina. I was just about to ask where we can find your research, but you just showed us. So I'm sure that was very comprehensive, and I will definitely have to take another look at that. But thank you for having us partake in your newest research. I think this has been really helpful for all of us. with that, we'll come to our first panel discussion of the day on international solutions or approaches to solutions that we can find across the globe, really. And for that, we have 3 expert speakers with us today. I will start with the introduction of the one speaker that is with us in person. We have 2 others who are joining us virtually. In person with us, Dr. Bärbel Kofler from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Welcome, please join me on stage. Yeah, and we already have these nice name signs here. That's wonderful. Also with us digitally is Anita Batia. She is Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of UN Women. And Teresa Swanstrom, who is President of the Swedish Confederation of Trade Unions. To both of you, thank you so much for joining us virtually. We really appreciate it. Thank you to the 3 of you for coming together to talk about the care gap and the pay gap. I have a few questions. We have about 30 minutes, but also feel free to jump off on each other. So I have some questions, of course, and we've shared those, I think, previously. But so if you have other points you want to add, feel absolutely free to do so. I'm just the moderator. You're the expert, so take it away wherever you want to go with it. But I would like to start with you, Anita. From your UN Women perspective, what are the priorities of UN Women when it comes to equal care, equal pay, and he for she? Maybe just a quick overview where you stand, what you're doing. That would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Can you hear and see me okay? I just want to check on that first.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, great. Well, first, let me just say a really warm welcome and hello to everyone, to all moderators, fellow panelists. Dr. Kofler Bärbel, it's great to see you, even though I can't see you in person, and Chairwoman Ms. Swanstrom, also distinguished guests and colleagues. I want to thank, first of all, the UN Women Germany National Committee for organizing today's conference on equal care and equal pay. And I also want to thank the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and the ILO, and for inviting UN Women to be part of this important discussion. I think I have to say first and foremost, congratulations to the German government for placing the care economy really at the heart of the G7 agenda for 2022, and BMZ also for the care economy conference that was held in April earlier this year on the sidelines of a roundtable with UN Women, and for overall the collaboration with UN Women. We have been working together, as many of you will know, to develop a toolkit on paid and unpaid care work, which UN Women published in July. So I just wanted to offer that as background. Let me go now straight to the question that you asked, and thank you so much for it, because I think it is really important that all of you and the world know what UN Women is doing on this issue. First of all, I think the whole issue of care becoming a topic in itself is something that UN Women is working hard to make sure that policymakers all over the world don't lose sight of this, because there are so many other crises at the moment: food, fuel, finance, cost of living, inflation, not to mention the continuing horrors of the war in Ukraine, that it's really easy for a topic like this to slip from the public policy agenda. So our role, first and foremost, to ensure that all policymakers continue to put a spotlight on the global care crisis. And second, it is really important that policymakers use whatever they are doing today in trying to resuscitate economies and making sure that people have access not just to basic services, but that the process of building back differently, building forward differently, which had started post-pandemic, includes transformative measures on the care economy. And that means that policymakers need to recognize, they need to reduce care burdens, and they need to redistribute the unpaid care burden, so that this is not something that falls just on the shoulders of women and girls who were already carrying a disproportionate impact of pandemic even before the newest set of crises set in. So this means a couple of very specific things. One, investing in childcare services, because that contributes to enhancing children's capabilities. Second, investing in care facilities, whether from the side of the public sector or from the side of the private sector. And three, investing in the expansion of social safety nets and social care service expansion generally, which has the potential to generate thousands of decent jobs. So you cannot actually separate the care issue from the job issue. And then, of course, jointly with the governments of Mexico and in the context of generation equality, UN Women launched the Global Alliance for Care as part of the Action Coalition on Economic Justice and Rights. So that's on the care side. I know there are other panelists and other questions, so if you permit me, I'd like to come back to the question of equal pay, but let me stop here for now.
Okay, Anita, thank you so much. This is a great start for this panel. Bärbel Koffler, maybe just for you to maybe build on this, but what are the priorities of your federal ministry, the BMZ, and maybe to what extent can a feminist and an intersectional development policy help to reduce the care and pay gaps internationally?
I think I first have to check if the mic is open.
Yes.
It's open, okay. So perfect, thank you. Well, also greetings from my side to Sweden, to Teresa, and to Anita. It's not a secret that we know each other, so it's quite a nice occasion to work together on that panel. So thanks for participating. My ministry is working very hard on this topic of feminist development policy. That's also the reason why my minister at the moment can't be here. We have at that time a conference, a network conference for women as agents of change. It's about refugee women and women in displacement in the ministry, where she is leading the conference. And that's giving one hint about topics we are discussing. And what is very important to unify women and to build networks, and that's something any ministry can do to really bring the actors together and set them in power. We have a lot of important points in the ministry of core topics we are discussing. One, for example, it was the question of building back better, what Anita was mentioning. It has to do with what we are doing after the pandemic, COVID, health systems. Social security, access to health and social security is very much interlinked with the question of female access to health systems, for example, and how women are treated worldwide in the health system. If we talk about transformation, just energy transformation, for example, it's about workspaces and workplaces for women. So we have to think how we do those transformation processes in a progressive way to include women. So that has then to do with climate change, with all different core topics a ministry like a development ministry has to work on. And it's of course also one of our core topics is feminist development policy. And then it's about structures. It's about, it was mentioned by a few previous speakers about patriarchal structures which are excluding women, not only women, also minorities in various topics, people with disability, LGBTQI persons, whatever you can mention. It's about an inclusive policy and breaking those structures and those rules. And it's not a big secret that we copied from the Swedish, so I'm happy that we have a representative from Sweden here. It's about the 3 R's. And it's quite simple. If you look worldwide, women only have access, but if it's about rights, access to legal rights, 75% of the rights the men have access to. 75%. So that's the first thing where we have to break structures and where we have to start in all our countries, but we as a development ministry also in our international context. And it's about, for example, also labor rights. I just point that out because I think that's very important and where we can do a lot as ministry. It was about equal payment and the role of trade unions. I was just coming back also from Tanzania, where Friedrich Ebert Foundation had a meeting with female trade unionists from all African countries to unify them and to have a look what their problems are. And the gender pay gap is pretty big in a lot of countries who are producing products for our markets. So it's about then supply chains. So it's everything connected with everything, like always. But it's about supply chains. If we discuss in the European Union about a new directive on supply chains, the question on female participation and pay gap is one of the big issues and should be one of the big issues where we need, I think, to fight the next year for having a real clear stand there. So I'm very happy that we now finally decided as German government to support a strong directive on supply chains, by the way. So it's about rights, it's about resources. So if it's coming to the development ministry, then it's also about, for example, access to land rights, access to financial resources. It's still the case that female small enterprises have a lower access to credits, to banking facilities, and so on. So it's about resources. And of course, at the end of the day, about the third R, about representation. And then I think there's a strong interlink also with care work, because if women are doing 3 times worldwide, 3 times more care work than men do, where's the time left to participate in democratic processes? So that's also something we have to work on. And on all those topics, we are trying also with a new strategy we are developing with civil society together, with scientists together, with trade unions together, and with our partners worldwide together, we try to work on those topics. So I'll leave it for that. I could talk for hours.
That's wonderful. That's why you're here. No, thank you to Anita and Bärbel so far. I think you both already mentioned a lot of really interesting points. I particularly noted down, I think, Anita, you talked about care workers deserving a bigger spot in this, or like should be put in the spotlight, really be highlighted more, really increase the recognition and value. I think you alluded to that as well, representation. Maybe with those ideas and the many others you already shared with us, I want to hand over to Teresa Swanstrom. Similar question to you. Can you update us a little bit on what your organization is focused on, the Nordic trade unions? Maybe just, I mean, you're with the Swedish trade union, but I think you can also speak a little more broadly about Nordic trade unions. What is the priority there when it comes to care gap and pay gap?
Thank you for the possibility to do that, and thank you for you organizing this important meeting with these important topics. And it's nice to be mentioned in a positive way as the good example, but I would just underline that we're not still there in the Nordic countries either. So we're struggling on with all these issues in different ways. And I would say that there are 2 strong priorities for Swedish and I would say the Nordic trade unions, as you mentioned, regard when it comes to if you talk about equal pay and equal care, or as we tend to mention it nowadays, equal life income, which includes both equal pay and equal care, I would say. And the first priority is a more equal parental leave, which also demands actually a more equal parenting. And we are, of course, proud to have a generous parental insurance for both mothers and fathers with income-related benefits, but the insurance also does need to improve and to be improved so that parental leave is more equally divided between women and men, also in Sweden and in the Nordic countries. And we see still that there is an income gap between women and men that arise directly after women and men become parents, mainly because women take a larger part of the parental leave to stay at home and to take care of children full time. And also because women start working part-time to take care of children and to take care of the household matters. And the second priority from our perspective when it comes to equal pay and to work-life related issues, that is of course a main trade union perspective on these questions, is the second priority is that both men and women need to get the same possibility to work full-time. We see also from a Nordic point of view that female blue-collar workers have since quite a long time, they have a problem that their employers don't offer them full-time employment, which is an income-related, of course, problem, which gives effect for the rest of the life for these women. So there is a trade union demand also from a Nordic perspective for a right to full-time employment for women in these blue-collar workers. For white-collar workers, which TCO organizes, we don't see exactly the same problem. However, we see that female white-collar workers often lower their working hours when their children are young and to be ordered to manage family work-life balance as in a whole for the family. And from TCO, we and the Nordic countries, I think we see a need for better support for parents to manage their work-life balance with less stress, equal care, and to share the workload between mothers and fathers. And we have a few suggestions how to this support can be included also in the parental insurance. And I think that maybe we come back to these issues and what we see and what we learned during these years, and we also see and learn new challenges. I would say post-pandemic when it comes to work life and so on. But this is two main issues that is important for us from a Nordic perspective, I would say.
Teresa, maybe if I may just follow up, because you mentioned parental leave, and I appreciate the honesty and I guess humility also in recognizing that there's still the gap also needs to be closed in the Nordic countries. However, I do feel like in the Nordic countries, they already, or at least in some ways, some of the policies already point in the right direction. I think they show how policies can really change culture as well. And particularly with parental leave, I just want to, just please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that in Sweden, Sweden doesn't only have the daddy quota months that are particularly only, that are reserved only for fathers to be taken, but there also is just really good pay compensation. I think it's 80%. And so at least from what I've read, that is a really important point as well. It's not just to provide months for the fathers, but also pay and pay them very well. So maybe you can just say a few more words on that, because my understanding is that 80 or 90% of Swedish fathers do take parental leave, which is a phenomenal number. So maybe, is that something that other countries could just copy? For example, in Germany, we have 65% pay for parental leave months. So if we were to up it to 80%, do you think we would also see a big increase of fathers taking parental leave?
I think the level of income insurance is of course very important, but we also see that in families where you have women earning more money than men do, women take more out of the parental leave anyway. So it's not always an economic incentive. It's also much about norms and much about women and men, how you handle the issue on the workplace. Is it possible for a father to be away or not from the workplace and so on? So it's not only an issue about levels in the parental leave insurance, but I think it's important. Okay. And that's also what we as trade unions from a Nordic perspective think is important. So actually we have also negotiated for even more compensation in a lot of areas on our labor market to top up the state income parental insurance, just to even more facilitate for both mothers and fathers to use their parental leave insurance.
Okay. No, thank you for those thoughts. Very helpful. I think that's a really great segue, actually, and for the next question for you, Anita. You already mentioned the toolkit. I think it's called a toolkit on paid and unpaid care work from 3 hours to 5 hours. Could you tell us a little bit more what this toolkit is? You also already mentioned the term 3 Rs. Maybe just give us a little bit more detail on how that can help.
Sure, happy to. So in 2017, under the auspices of the high-level panel on women's economic empowerment, there was a toolkit published on this topic, which is another way of saying that actually UN Women and many of our partners had been agitating and raising and advocating around this issue of unpaid care even before the pandemic really shone a spotlight on it. And so in July this year, UN Women, together with our German partners, launched this toolkit, which is called From 3 Hours to 5 Hours of Paid and Unpaid Care Work. And I already mentioned 3 of the R's before. And let me just say a little bit more about the 5R framework, because it adds 2 new R's to it. And those 2 new R's are not just recognition, reduction, and redistribution, but also rewarding and representation of paid care work by promoting decent work for care workers, guaranteeing their representation, social dialogue, and inclusion in the broadest possible sense, including through collective bargaining. And this follows a framework that actually is something that the ILO can take a lot of pride in, because this framework has really centered this issue of not just care work, but decent care work in the global discourse on these issues. And that's why we are very pleased to be partnering on this. And I also want to say that, we are noticing that toolkits like this, discussions, and the primacy of the issue is becoming more evident, because today, for example, the European Commission will launch or has launched its first care strategy, and we really want to commend the Commission for having done that. But to us, that's just one more illustration of how this topic has now become so important that it's no longer, as it has been for many years, a marginal topic in public policy, but thanks to the efforts of governments like Germany, really is front and center for policymakers today. Back to you. Thank you so much, Vincent Emmanuel, for that good question.
Yeah, thank you. Bärbel Koffler, back to you. Maybe a little bit building on this, I'm curious if you can give us a status update on 2 specific initiatives, the Generation Equality Forum and the Global Alliance for Care. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I will a little bit more, but I want to underline that this multilateral component for us is of big importance, because we're not talking about what we can do bilaterally only as German government. It is all a joint effort, a European joint effort and an international joint effort. And that's why Anita was pointing out this UN Women Toolkit, why it is so important for us to support that, because then we have a better leverage. If it's not only our country, but if we're doing it together with others and globally. So that's why we are very much interested in working with UN Women, with ILO, why we're trying also in our G7 presidency to support the Global Alliance for Care, that's from the World Bank, and also try to really promote that G7 countries are putting money on that table, and we do that as a government also. It's in that case about starting with 20 million, but you have to do something. So I just want to give a framework that it's not only 2 programs, that's a whole multilateral picture which we have to support and where we have to get strong. So the 2 cases you were asking, or the two projects, the Generation Equality Forum, for us it's quite important, because that's the largest multi-stakeholder forum worldwide, or alliance worldwide, where we can support reaching the SDG 5 goal. So it is of a crucial importance for the German government. And it's then the forum where we get the chance to fight against the pushbacks we've seen through the pandemic and after the pandemic. So it is of importance. We have this momentum now. We are trying to push those forums also as a member internationally. For example, if it's coming to economic justice and rights action coalition, we also put money on the table. It's always, we're in the budget week here in the parliament now. It's in any case always about money also, kind of one of the asks, the resources. So, and we put money on the table for that also. In that case, that's has been 240 million euros. So that's showing the one thing which is important for us, the Generation Equality Forum. And you were talking also about Global Alliance for Care. I was already pointing out that it's important for us during our G7 presidency that we were really trying to push that. And of course, it's not ending with the presidency or with a final declaration. We have to make sure that those processes are then continued by the countries following us in the presidency. I was very happy that the Japanese government was present when we had this meeting in April with UN Women, with ILO, that there is a big interest in continuing those efforts. And that's something we will do if we have the presidency or not in G7, and try to support our partners on that way.
Great.
And about the money, I was already talking.
No, thank you so much. I think this was a really important point, particularly that it's not just about bilateral cooperation, really it's about global or international efforts. Teresa, maybe you can also shed some more light on that, particularly with your experience of Nordic trade unions working together. What really how can we come together as an international community or as countries across borders to tackle these issues? What works well there? What are the challenges?
That's important, and that's why we are also as trade unions, very active, both on a global level and on an EU level, I would say, on many arenas, and to use our cooperation. And it's also important to use maybe the figures of the cost for the if you don't work with these issues. You mentioned the money, and it always comes down to the money. But the cost for the gender employment gap in the European Union has been estimated to 360 billion euros every year. And by closing that gap and increasing gender equality, we can also increase GNP substantially, I would say. So international cooperation is very important, and potentially also it pays off. It does not always just cost money. That's why I think also that it's important with an ambitious international cooperation, and crucial if we really want to see progress in equality matters. Even if our societies and our history in these issues differs from each other, we, I think, need to be able to learn from each other and to exchange best practices. Both bilateral cooperation is important, but as mentioned before, we really need to push also for more equality in all our possible structures of multilateral cooperation, both within the European Union, in OECD, and the UN, so of course. And this is maybe more easier said than done. It's processes that takes time, but we need to be quite bold to succeed. So it's important, and as trade unions, we do what we can to be active in these arenas, and to always put the gender issues and the equality issues at the table. And for example, in the European Union, I would like the gender issues to be more used as a tool within the European semester, for example, to be focused on and to influence other member states to implement gender equal reforms and so on. So there are tools and there are arenas where we need to help each other to put these issues high on the agenda. And we also, of course, participate in all our trade union movement in the European trade union movement and in the international trade union movement, and this is important issues for us in these areas, of course.
Yeah, well, no, thank you very much, much appreciated. Unfortunately, we don't have that much more time. I do have a few more questions, but first of all, I want to make sure that to give each of you just a brief, maybe a couple of minutes or so, a minute or two, really for some closing remarks. And maybe if you wanted, Teresa also already got us started on this. Maybe you have one best practice you want to share that that we can take home here from this conference with us. So this is just our way of wrapping up this panel. Maybe Anita, if you would like to go first, would be great.
Thank you very much. And just building on what Barbel and Teresa said, I think the whole multilateral approach is really important because it creates incentives for better performance, because benchmarking and competition and a race to the top is always good. So it's important for sharing information, but it's also good to show what is doable, what is feasible. And this, if you have one member state or one private sector company that has achieved something that is good, then you have a very concrete example that you can point to and be inspired by. So I think it's really important that we come together. I think the maybe one good example that you're asking for what can we share in addition to generation equality, which is a very, very important example, as Barbel said, of multi-stakeholder approaches. The whole issue of pay transparency is really important because right now there isn't an incentive to really reveal what is, for example, the pay gap, and making sure that everybody knows and a spotlight is shone on what is actually happening can incentivize others to do better. And so I would say the work of the EPIC, the Equal Pay Coalition, is really important as one example that I could leave with you of good practice that is worth emulating. Of course, there are many others, but I think, within generation equality, I would just encourage everybody to look more closely at that as a platform from which many examples can be sought and shared. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Anita. Over to you, Bärbel, your final or closing thoughts, I guess.
Well, there would be so many things if you really want to change something on the ground, and it's not one size fits all solution to every country on this planet. But what was really striking me the last weeks was those meetings I had, like I was saying, in Tanzania with female trade unionists about organizing women, using the power of women, putting them in the center of the discussion and giving them the tools to promote their own causes. That was also the case we had with the ministry, with this meeting we are now at the moment hosting as a ministry. I think that's something we also can do as a ministry. If we talk about things that we practically can do on the ground, we can organize and we can network and we can give the space to women to empower themselves. And as one of the women was saying in the conference I was joining before, it's not only about participation, it's about leadership. So we have to get really, really strong, and we can do so. And I think that's one of the things a government has to do. And not only a government, but a government also has to do, and my ministry has to do. And that's those two moments, this conference and the African Female Trade Union Conference we had in Tanzania with FES. They were inspiring, and I think those examples we can work together.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Teresa. You have the last word for this panel.
Thank you, and just have to say how glad I am to not, as a trade unionist, that I don't need to mention organizing myself. That you do it as well, Bärbel. I'm very glad for that But from a Swedish perspective and a Nordic perspective, just a few words about what's been important for us during the years. It's, as I said, the possibility when it comes to equal income, it's the possibility to work also as a parent, but that needs also to be combined with parental insurance, but also with a good quality childcare to reasonable fees. I would just add that to my former words about the workplace and how important that is. And of course, also another important issue that has been very important from a Swedish perspective is the income tax system. We have been fighting from the Swedish trade union movement for decades to not have a family-based tax system. And when we managed to change that regulation in the 1970s, that gave actually results that were quite astonishing when it came to female labor market participation. So that's important. And of course, a very important final remark is to work hard and not to give up. We see tendencies that we have backlashes in areas that we didn't thought was possible. And now is the time to not give up, to work hard, and to stay strong together in these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were great closing words. Not give up. I think this is where we can all take home, and we'll continue the good work. Thank you to the three of you for participating, for sharing your insights. I'm sure we could have talked for much longer, but I think we all got a lot out of this panel. So thank you very, very much to the two of you virtually, and Bärbel Kofler here with us in person. And with that, I close this panel and ask Martin to come back on stage and introduce what's happening next. Thank you.
Right. Und wir wechseln wieder ins Deutsche.
And we're switching back to German because this is the end of the first plenary part. And as you can see now, we are inviting all of you very cordially, those of you who are physically present, to choose one of the three workshops. Those of you who are joining us on the live stream, you cannot digitally join us in the different workshops, but you can rejoin us at 5 p.m. where we will be presenting the results. For those of you who are present here, you've probably already made up your mind which workshop you want to participate in, and I'd just like to quickly present the three workshops to you again. The first workshop will focus on the issue of equal care. It will take place in room 1.02. It will be held in English with an input by Marie, and it will be facilitated by Sasha. We have workshop number 2 here in the big room with translation English and German. Henrike and Stella will be here. It will focus on equal pay. And workshop number 3, men and care group, will be in room 1.03 in German with Fikri and Nora. If you haven't received a confirmation or haven't picked a workshop, we recommend to stay here in the biggest room because this is where we have the most space and can accommodate all of you. Logistically, how do you get to where you want to go? If you leave this door, to the left and to the right, there are stairs, and if you want to have an elevator, you can find the elevator close to the main entrance. And we also have UN Women staff who can help you to find the respective rooms. After participating in the workshops, we've learned from the secretary that networking is important. So at 4:30 we will have 30 minutes of coffee break. This is good for your networking, and we will be back in here at 5. Enjoy the workshops.
Publikum, genau, willkommen zurück aus den Workshops, willkommen zurück aus der...
Welcome back from the break and the workshop. We just learned that the break was used in order to form some new alliances and do some networking. And we are delighted to hear that, because this is the repeating mantra of today, that we will only get there together. So I would like to thank you for doing that. So this is the final session of today's conference, a panel where we will look into the workshop discussions. And it's also today's highlight. So it's really great to see so many of you here. We would like to discuss the demands that you have developed and voted on during the workshops, and we will also look into the overarching demands in order to make some progress in the subsections, and we will do so with a renowned panel. So I would like to ask our panelists to come to the stage. I would like to welcome Lisa Paus from the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, our minister, and Professor Jutta Almendinger,
Präsidentin des WZB.
President of the BZB. So this was really actually the shortest way to get here. The building is just across this street. She's also part of the Gender Equality Advisory Council, giving advice to the G7. Mrs. Stellwerk from Verdi cannot be here. She's fallen ill, so she's unable to attend. And the good thing is that her feedback on the demands will be handed in later in writing, so you can read up on that on the UN Women webpage. And of course, we hope that she will recover soon. Thank you, Jutta. And then there's also Elke Ferner.
Genau, wie jetzt so ein bisschen auch dieses Panel ablaufen wird, wir werden die...
So how are we going to proceed? We will ask the facilitators and speakers of the 3 workshops to get here to the stage, one after the other, and we hope that we will be able to keep it brief, because there are a lot of issues to cover, and of course we're looking forward to learning more about the ideas of our experts here. Let's start with our first workshop. No, I actually want to start with the overarching demands. Mrs. Ferner, maybe you can present these demands to us. Well, there are demands that keep coming up again and again, being the pillar of the equal pay and equal care debate, and we don't want these demands to be repeated in each of the workshops. We think it might be a good idea to start with these demands, and this is about the parental leave during the time of birth, as well as care times for relatives with a remuneration and the right to get back to their former job. We think this is a financial issue, but we hope that our main demand is to extend the month spent on parental leave. We want fathers to participate more, and we hope that the next step will be that mothers and fathers will spend 50% each of the parental leave. And of course, we need daycare services for children up to the age of 14 years, and also the introduction of vouchers according to the Belgian role model. There was also some agreement by the coalition, and it helps to support our senior citizens. And the third demand is, how can we get men on board? We need targeted measures in order to enable men deal with care work and mental law and make them take on their fair share of care work. Because sometimes there are men who are willing to do so, but employers may have different expectations, and sometimes it is a financial issue. Thank you very much. Martin, I'm particularly happy to see that there is a focus on men and care work. So I think we can now start with the demands developed by Workshop 1, facilitated by Sascha Verlen, and an input by Mari Huponen. It was about equal care. And I think, Sascha, you are going to present the demands to us, and we can see them here on the screen. Sascha, the floor is yours. There is one thing that I would like to add regarding our workshop. People were a bit frustrated that these are not new demands, but we keep repeating them. And so people feel a bit uncomfortable with these demands, but nevertheless we managed to agree on 3 demands, and we still think it's vital to keep repeating them. The first demand is the legislator need to enforce family parental leave and an equal care law with equal share of parental leave, 7 plus 7 months. With additional remuneration of up to 80%, we need care mainstreaming in all policy spheres and recognition of care professions by remuneration according to the value of the work comparable worth index, and a stronger connection to collective bargaining, particularly in the care sector. These are 3, amazing demands. Minister, do you have questions to the workshop participants? Is there something you would like to add? What do you think about these demands? First of all, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for having me. I can understand why people felt frustrated. I am sure you've all read the coalition agreement, and I'm sure that you will have noticed that you won't find all of these demands in the coalition agreement. Some of things can be found in there. Mrs. Ferner has already mentioned when it comes to work-life balance after birth. We would like to introduce this 2-month break with remuneration, because what is most important when it comes to equal care is that you really put it into practice. And of course you can find a lot of figures confirming that as soon as the first child is born, you will find these traditional structures, and this will even get worse with the second or third child, and that is why you need to start with it right away, and that's why I'm fighting for these 2 weeks leave. Of course, this will not be the silver bullet, but I think it's an important step. And what you've already mentioned is, there's equality during parental leave. So it's 7 plus 7 months. This is, of course, the ideal solution. We have had a number of discussions at the ministry whether this is a step that we should take, but we haven't agreed on it yet, and that's why I would like to know, considering this 7 plus 7 model. I have spent a lot of years with financial and fiscal issues, and I think
Stellenwert wie beispielsweise das Ehegattensplitting.
It's very similar to, well, spousal splitting.
Ja, weil ich dieses Ehegattensplitting abschaffen will.
This is why I became a member of my party, because I wanted to do away with this splitting model. And people keep asking me, what about spousal splitting? Well, this is not part of the coalition agreement, but maybe in 3 years' time we will be able to do away with it. But there is a question about the transition period. So currently we have a 12+2 month model, and let's say we switch to 7+7. I'm not quite sure whether all women would be in favor and praising the minister, because this will help the work-life balance of women. I'm sure I would receive a number of letters from women that would disagree, and that's why I would like to know whether I'm right or whether this is really something that should be implemented. Well, as for the remaining demands, I'm well aware of them, and I think they should be supported. When it comes to care work, I think we should make more headway here. This is about how to improve the situation for the skilled workforce. And then there is the question of home care. Because it was very important to our party that it's not only about improving the situation of families with children, and of course I will introduce the minimum allowance for children during this term, but what is also important is pensions for women and relatives providing care work. So this is also part of the coalition agreement. There are different models that are on the table. I think you haven't reached an agreement yet, but I would really like to know what you discussed during the workshops, because this is something that we are about to do. I have some interesting ideas, but we need more of them, and this is something that we would like to translate into reality during this term. Thank you very much for this feedback. Well, the difficult issue is that there were only 20 minutes left to discuss 3 demands and to agree on the top 3. So
in Kontakt treten, gerne in.
Well, I'm happy to answer your questions later, but I cannot speak on behalf of all the participants of the workshop.
Ganz konkret zu den Punkten, die die Ministerin auch gerade noch genannt hat, die 7.
Well, the issues touched upon by the minister, 7+7, Mrs. Ferner, Mrs. Almendinger, maybe you can add something. Well, the main question.
Ist, was ich ja da für Rückfragen habe.
Well, the main question, the main demand, well, I think it's something I have a few questions on. So the first question is, what does equal care mean? Because what we have seen so far is that men and women disagree on equal care. Women think of care work relating to people, and this is mainly related to the mental load concept, and that's why I would like to ask you to provide a better definition of the equal care concept and to find some indicators. There was a OECD dashboard that might give some ideas. I understand 7+7, but what is well, additional remuneration of up to 80%? What are we talking about? Are we talking about the wages of women or men? There's a huge difference, and it will not stop here, because afterwards women usually work part-time, but men don't. So what can we do about it? And that's why this will lead to another question. Elke is aware of this. There's one thing that I think was missing. I think there are too few debates in Germany on our normal relationship. There are these income, pay, care, and pension gaps, but what we don't see is a shared idea on how to close these gaps. Should women be enabled to work more, to work full-time, or maybe men should work part-time?
35 Stunden.
For example, a 32 or 35-hour week. So this is really important. So what is the objective that we're trying to reach?
Dann das nächste ist,
and the next thing, when talking about care mainstreaming in all political spheres, what does it actually mean?
Diese höhere Teilzeit.
So, well, part-time for everybody. Well, I'm not advocating full-time jobs for everyone, especially, well, even if there is a shortage of skilled labor. I think this is quite an important issue, so we should be more precise. And the third point, well, I would like to add that we need more men working in care professions. The more men work in a professional sector, the better the remuneration will get.
Ich kann nur wieder anschließen an das, was ich davor gesagt habe. Ich bin der Moderator.
Well, I've only been the facilitator. I can't give any answers. Well, there was not enough time to do that, but I think there was a consensus on the fact that we shouldn't talk about people working in the care sector or people providing care, like relatives, because in that workshop we had the role of the civil society and, well, providing definition. This would be, well, a difficult issue. No, this was not my demand or what I requested. But I think this is important. As soon as you have such a demand, you need a definition. I think it was an achievement already and a great, performance to agree on 3 points. But I think this clearly shows a more general issue. We don't have enough data. It's very hard to compare, especially across borders. Then things get even more difficult. So I think, well, there's a lot of homework for each and every one of us to do. And maybe during the next conference, we might need much more time to look into these issues. Elke. There's one thing I would like to add. Well, family working time was discussed 6 or 8 years ago because there was the idea of not having to work full-time during your whole life, but acknowledging that there are, well, periods in your life where you need more time to raise children, to spend with your family, to take care of others, and to share this time between partners, to take care of sick relatives, or, for example, for personal development. These are questions that are usually, well, additional challenges, and this is often very overburdening, and that is why
zumindest bei denen mit Ersatzleistung, die sonst irgendwie.
We should think about additional remuneration for those who might otherwise struggle financially. And those who have a higher income, it might be acceptable to
macht und danach dann quasi in der
live with a certain financial loss. And the second point that I would like to mention is Lisa Paus has already mentioned the 7+7 model, and I don't think that this is a good thing, and it might backfire. But when thinking about doing this for those who are in need of care, you might have a better, well, partnership model. 15 years ago, I attended a conference in Norway where they had the same discussion, and then there was the idea of having a 50-50 model for parental leave, and women were not happy as well. So the only thing that you can do is to extend parental leave for fathers so that fathers can spend more time with their children, and we want employers to accept this because many men are happy to take on this share of care work.
Alle Rückmeldungen. Ich glaube, wir sehen, wir könnten allein schon über diese Forderung.
Thank you for every feedback. You see that we could talk about this issue for quite some time, but as facilitators, it is our task to look at the clock, and we'll keep discussing this when we look at Workshop 1. So first, thank you to the representatives of Workshop 1. And let's continue with Workshop 2. Martin. Yes, over the course of the day, we have repeatedly tried to build this important bridge between equal care and equal pay. One doesn't work without the other, and there are very close interconnections. So now we're moving on to equal pay. Workshop 2, please. It will be presented by Stella Samuelsdottir, Executive Director, UN Women Iceland, and the input was given by Henrike von Platen, CEO of the Fair Pay Innovation Lab. And here we will the results will be presented, and the input can be added if it fits the panel. Okay, we're looking forward to the results. Stella.
Thank you. Yes, we were in workshop number 2 about equal pay, and there were top 3 demands that were chosen there. I want to add to that during the workshop there was a lot of good comments that came forward that are not appearing here, but will be used in and taken into account. So the top 3 demands for equal pay are the following. It is the introduction and further development of laws on equal pay with mandatory review and effective penalty mechanisms. It is the financial upgrading of so-called women's professions. And the national demand that was chosen is the abolition of tax disadvantages for spouses. So these were the 3 top out of 6 that we covered in the workshop.
Super, herzlichen Dank.
Great, thank you very much also for this very concise summary. I'd like to play this back, maybe first to you, Madam Minister. Any ideas, any questions? What can we do here, politically speaking? Now, these are the issues that I'm working or have been working on for many years, specifically the first 2 bullet points, and we see things moving here at the European level. So we have a law on executive positions that could be better, but it's working at the European level. We have the FICO Directive 2, where our coalition succeeded in doing away with the blockage that existed at the European level, so we no longer prevent Europe from giving itself a good law. So I'm happy about this. Small steps, but we are seeing some progress here when it comes to equality of women in leadership positions. And second, which is very important for equal pay, namely the transparency law that does exist now. It's good that it does exist, but again, it could be better. So as it was clear that this was not going to be a final version of the law, we also said we'll evaluate the law in 2023, and that's coming up next year. So next year there will be an evaluation of the transparency law, and parallel to this at the European level, we have the directive on wage transparency, which is a lot more comprehensive, and it will be decided how comprehensive it will be depending on the opinions and positions of the member states. And at German level, we are currently harmonizing and discussing this, it would consist of a lot more than what currently applies in Germany as far as the companies involved concerns, and also the obligation to report and the rights of the people affected, because they wouldn't have to do this alone, but could get some legal assistance. So myself and my ministry, we are great advocates of what we are seeing at the European level here, and I hope that we will be able to succeed and that we don't really need a big evaluation, but just take the European directive and implement it and transpose it into German legislation. And the negative tax incentives that exist are a topic that are very dear to my heart. These are things that are very close to my heart, spousal splitting, mini jobs, etc. And it was quite negative that the current coalition did not agree in overcoming this. The mini jobs with the minimum wage have now been rather expanded than discontinued. Nonetheless, it states in the coalition agreement that we want to evaluate the gender policy impact of these changes. So it was made, but it was also stated that we want to review this, and this falls under the remit of my ministry. We already know what the result will be, but nonetheless, it is worthwhile having a closer look at this so that we understand that it's nonsense. It's not just nonsense because it's too general. It is also a problem because with the spousal splitting, the taxes generate additional negative effects. Okay, but let me intervene here. Coalition agreements are one thing, and you're working towards achieving your objectives, but do you see any progress? Will we see over the course of this term a change opinion? Well, never say never. I am on board. I mean, I've been in office 4 months now, and every day I'm rolling another rock or little pebble somewhere, and wage groups also play an important role here, and something regarding wage groups is included in the coalition agreement, and I reminded the responsible ministry of this, and they told me that we're now jointly working on this. So I am optimistic that next year we might see something happening here, that we will make some relevant progress. Thank you.
And
the other things that also are listed here also play a role. I mean, I once wrote an article in tax law. I mean, in every law it says the impact on sexes should be reviewed, and I was in the financial committee for 12 years, and it always says impact on sexes, none. But if you look at the allowances and in tax legislation, how transferable they are, who benefits from it, what the impact of it is, and what the massive consequences are when it comes to tax advantages that are not tied to gender but happen based on income. And by chance, men end up getting more than women because we don't have equal pay, 90%, etc. So if you look at wealth or inheritance taxes, this is becoming even more pronounced. So all in all, there's a lot to do here, but you have listed the most important aspects, and some of them are included in the coalition agreement, and some of them are not. So we have to work on achieving a majority in 3 years that I can implement this. Okay, thank you. Maybe you can pass the mic to Jutta. I would like to support the last sentence that the minister just said. We jointly have to support her by again and again introducing these issues, especially spousal splitting and the jobs that are not subject to social insurance payments. And the more pressure we put on the country as a whole, the stronger her position is. This is something that the minister cannot do all by herself. We're glad that you're doing it. So the first tweet was full of hope when I heard that you will be the new minister, because a financial expert can also counter the finance minister. adequately, i.e. The hope for implementation is big, but supported by the plea that we should establish campaigns that, well, end up being successful. So I have another 4 little points. First, it is always important to say we need equal pay for comparable work, because in Germany we still follow this concept of equal pay for equal work. I see this again and again, but we need it for comparable work, and we have to take a step back and look at what we said about care. We have not advanced as much as other countries have in this respect. Then the second aspect, you already mentioned this in your introduction, Elke. I think it is always very brief when you look at pay, because it doesn't include the volume of work. And again, when we look at country comparisons, we have to state that equal pay is essentially different from equal monthly or annual income. Do you want me to switch into English?
Oh, Entschuldigung.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's because of your long hair.
Das finde ich wichtig, weil
So I think this is important, because we see countries where the gender payback is rather small, but when you look at the entire working time, it ends up being very big, and this leads to the big differences in pensions.
Punkt ist, dass
Next point, and this is similar to what the minister just said. During the COVID crisis, we have seen that the assistance was more directed towards male professions or male-dominated professions and not female-dominated professions. And it says gender budgeting, gender impact, this is something that needs to be mainstreamed everywhere. We had difficult times with all of the assistance and aids that we're currently seeing. And again, I think this is something that is being pushed into the background and not into the limelight. This question of how much measures benefit men and women. And the next aspect is something that isn't just an academic issue. We continue to have a lot of women who, because of part-time and some interruptions, for example, sick parents or children that require a little bit more care, have no continued careers where HR expert says you have less experience than men do, so you might be put into another wage bracket. And I'd like to also tackle that. We need to give more credits to things that interrupt your career path, but not the competences, skills, or qualifications required for these professions, and that this shouldn't be translated directly into reduced wages and different wage brackets.
Also herzlichen Dank, Jutta. Genau.
Thank you very much, Jutta. And now I'd like to give Elke and also Stella and Henrike the possibility to react to this. It's my experience that during every term in office, there are windows of opportunities to do something that is not enshrined in the coalition agreement, potentially because one of the coalition partners didn't want to include it, but there are still always possibilities to introduce something under the radar and push it upward. And I hope you will have many of these windows of opportunity. And this, for me, includes one aspect that is really important when it comes to equal pay. Even though I know that I receive less money than my male colleague, I know that I have to sue my employer if I want more money. And if you want to keep your job, nobody's doing this. So the right way forward would be collective action, and also the possibility for associations to sue, so that it's not something that needs to be done on an individual basis, so that the person who actually does dare to sue their employer is fired and the person who doesn't keeps her job. And something else that we are familiar with from the Minimum Wage Act, the so-called exclusion periods should be extended again. What does that mean? It means the
Regressforderungen an den Arbeitgeber richten kann, wenn sie den Job wechselt,
if somebody changes their job, they only have 3 months to request back pay from their employers. And in the German social code, it's 6 months. So this should be switched. When you switch your job, you can say for the 36 months, as stated in the social code, it would be worth to actually go to the court and get the support of the trade unions to sue for that money. I believe it needs to be a higher risk for employers to pay unequally. It's not something that can just be paid out of the coffers. And when it comes to spousal splitting, I'm absolutely on your page, Lisa Paus. I've been angry about this for so long, and we will need to come to a solution here. Whether this will happen in this constellation of parties in government, I don't know, but still it's worthwhile fighting for it if we all clearly show that this is not something that is affiliated to a specific party, but an actually mainstream issue, because women in the tax class 5 really need to improve their situation. And this model of one breadwinner hardly exists anymore anyway, but it is still the standard when it comes to our social security system and the taxation of married couples. This needs to be overcome, and we need to put this on a partnership basis. Thank you, Elke. I'd briefly like to give you the opportunity to maybe introduce some thoughts or reply, Stella, Henrike, if you want to, and if not, it's okay as well.
Maybe just, since I'm coming from Iceland, and we are the only country that has adopted and developed laws that have penalty mechanism, just to encourage you to look at that. It seems to be the only option currently. It's not perfect, but it is decreasing the gender pay gap. So I would just like to encourage you to look into that. There are other things that need to be done, but just based on our experience, we don't have many years to showcase, but it is slowly and gradually happening. And we hope that as time passes by, that we will see more indications of other things that we can do, so that we can do them at the same time. But this is just something that I would like to recommend, and as I discussed in our workshop, that the political will is so important that we might think it's expensive and it takes time and all of these factors, but it's not only the right thing to do based on human rights and everything, but it's the wise thing to do, because we are losing out so many things. So this is just my encouragement to the German government and to you, Minister, and yeah, for all your thank you for all the great work you're already doing, and I'm impressed of what you see ahead in your position. So these are my comments.
Yeah, thank you. Short and crispy, also kurz, knapp und knackig, im Auftrag von...
Short and crispy, on behalf of your ministry, we carried out a study last month on the transferability of the Icelandic study standard to Germany and other countries, and you have it in your ministry, so you know how it could go. And for me personally, it's important also when I look at everything that I'm reading here. Elke, you mentioned it as well. The possibility for collective action. And when it comes to legislation, I always ask myself, we shouldn't
Also da, wo das Geld abfließt. Und
Well, we shouldn't always look at the victims, but we should look at the, in inverted commas, perpetrators and focus on them more, the ones that end up with the money. So focus on the company or the institution and tell them you have to pay fairly and you have to prove it, and not address the individual who believes to receive too little and then prove that and go to court. No, we have to put this upside down. It's almost every other country that does it the other way around, and the rest you've already mentioned. So that was short and precise.
Das war ein wunderbarer Schlussgedanke für Workshop 2.
This was a great closing remark to the third workshop. Thanks for sharing this with us. So without pressure, we won't make any headway. We need pressure from our civil society and maybe even from within a coalition. Thank you.
Genau, wir kommen jetzt zum letzten, aber genauso wichtig.
Now we will get to our third workshop.
Sie ist auch im Vorstand von
Nora Theuner was the facilitator. She's also a member of the board of UN Women Germany. And Mr. Altintasch is also one of the He for She Germany ambassadors, also taking part in the workshop.
Ist es
an? Ja,
Yeah,
okay,
so
super.
it's working.
Die, heute
So many of the issues that have been discussed by the other workshops were also discussed within our workshop, min and care work, for example. We also talked about gender roles.
die ich jetzt gleich präsentieren werde, haben es dann doch
But, well, we shortlisted the following demands:
Anreize für eine
financial incentives
Gleichberechtigte. Ich glaube, das muss eine Gleichberechtigte, entschuldigen Sie bitte.
for the equal distribution of care work or equal division. So the idea was that this should go beyond parental leave. We were thinking about taking care of sick or elderly relatives.
Ein zweiter Punkt.
And the second point was, well, family-friendly working conditions instead of the idea of always working on site and having non-flexible working hours. And the third point is appreciation of unpaid work by having unpaid care work represented in our economic calculation.
Herzlichen Dank für die Forderung.
And the value that is added by it. Thank you very much for your demands. Minister, please go first.
Spannend, ich habe ja schon gesagt, partnerschaftlich.
I think this is
Und es gibt ja sozusagen das beides.
very interesting because partnership is important. First of all, there is work and life balance, and it will help both mothers and fathers to do so in a way that is based on the partnership. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Almendinger, but in the past 10, 15 years, usually if you ask fathers or men, they say they would like to work less instead of what they're actually working. And if you ask mothers, they would like to spend more time working, but neither of them would like to have a 40-hour week because this will put a huge burden on them during the so-called rush hour of life. So this is what you need for life well spent and in order to have a career and a successful career path, and that is why we take all these small steps. We introduced parental allowances, and I will focus on these leave for the first 2 weeks after the birth of a child. Then there might be some tax incentives. But what I think is quite annoying is this demand for a 42-hour week, because, well, this is strange, and this and a longer working life in general.
natürlich hätte ich mir noch mehr gewünscht für diese Legislaturperiode für mehr Partnerschaft.
And this will have a negative impact on our efforts because this will all be destroyed by this idea of working a 42-hour work, because then, of course, there will be difficulties with childcare and opening times of kindergartens, and then we will have this retraditionalization. I think there's too much stress in our society, and there's no point in pushing this further. And that's why I think it would be very good advice
Partnerschaftlichkeit ermöglichen.
To enable this partnership model that will help you to recharge your batteries. And this needs to be promoted. So I support your demand 100%, but there are also other things that we need to prevent. For example, a 42-hour week and spending more time at your workplace.
Da würde mich auch der aktuelle
Secondly,
interessieren, weil
Mrs. Mending, I would like to know more about research results on working from home.
Da gibt es ja eben unterschiedliche Studien.
And there are different studies. Some say, well, in the beginning there was more partnership, and fathers did more care work. But if you look at the overall pictures, well, this was not the trend that we have seen.
dass es, glaube ich, niemand komplett zurück will. So,
but I think no one actually wants to go back.
Homeoffice hat auch gute Seiten.
Because but there are benefits to working from home. Sometimes people could, sleep longer because, usually now people take a shower 1 hour later. This was reflected in the use of water, the household use of water. So the question is, what kind of framework conditions do we need in order for this to be a benefit? And the third point, and this is particularly interesting to me since I'm an economist by training, we need to focus on this during our discussions. There's a debate about productive and unproductive work.
Jetzt geht es ja auch wieder darum, die Tarifverhandlungen.
Because we are having a debate on collective bargaining, there are soaring prices, and then there will be further collective bargaining rounds in autumn. There will be code progression, and those who will earn most will benefit most. And these are, of course, the IG Metall trade union. They will be able to push for higher income, and on the same time they will get tax reliefs. But there are other professions that were facing a lot of difficulties because in public sector there will not be such an increase in wages, so they will not really benefit from tax reliefs, and the result will be that a lot of women will be affected by it, and this will lead to increasing the gap. And on top, we will have the issues of care work and mental load. And this is what we have already seen in the past, and that's why I think it is key to be successful here. It will really also show how economies work. So I think I need to talk to our Minister of Economics whether there is a way to integrate this into a prosperity report.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Ministerin, und an dich die Frage.
Thank you very much. And I have another question to you, Jutta. Maybe you would like to comment on that. But there was also the question on facts and figures about working from home. What about your data? Do men really want to do more care work? And if so, well, why do they fail? But Mrs. Pauser and I, we haven't rehearsed this, but this is a very good cue. So during the last working group and the first and the second working group, this is all about cross-sectoral work and across the ministries, because the Ministry of Labour is also involved, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education. All these ministries are involved. And that's why I would like to comment on the shortage of skilled labour. Due to COVID, 30% of children attending fourth grade are not able to read or write because they haven't achieved the necessary skills. And 25% that are not able to read, that are below the minimum threshold. Well, this shows the potential that we can tap on, and then we're discussing a 42-hour week, but this will lead to the fact that we will leave children behind. Well, I know that there is a federal law that is in the pipeline, but there is a gap between, abolishing these German classes and introducing new ones. So we're trying to close this gap. I have an appointment discussing this, tonight at 7 o'clock. Well, that seems to be a good sign. Secondly,
auch zur Unterstützung, weil die Themen, die hängen hier sehr stark.
All these issues are, interrelated, but
wir haben hier wirklich lange eine Quotierung von Frauen in Führungspositionen
gekämpft. Discussed a lot about quotas for women in senior executive positions. And, we might transfer this to a quota solution for women staying at home, taking parental leave in order to take care of their children. I think we might follow the Icelandic role model, or we can at least increase the percentage. I won't address the minister here, but, an additional 1 month of parental leave for fathers, we didn't get through, and I think 2 months would be a good thing. And the 2 weeks, the idea on these 2 weeks after birth is a good thing, because when men take parental leave, then 50% do so at the age of 10 or 12 months. And usually they go on family holiday writing nice postcards, and this is something that we might change by introducing this 2-week model after birth. And then regarding the issue of working from home, this is usually what women do, or more women do so compared to men. But whenever women work from home, they usually do several tasks at the time, whereas men tend to focus on paid work.
Das ist für mich ein Problem.
And I think this definitely is an issue. And the more time women spend working from home, they lose their social networks. However, they do need these networks for their career. So what we need is taking a critical stance, especially during autumn, because there are a lot of companies that want their employees to work from home. There are also some universities where I do some consulting for, but the consequences, the impact will be different for men and women.
Dass Männer nicht so viel arbeiten wollen wie ihre Väter, auch nicht so Karriere.
Well, men do not want to work that long hours. They of course want to have a rewarding job, but they don't want to do this
plastisch ausdrücken. Wir wollen nicht
at all cost. So
wenn sie aus dem Haus sind.
they want to spend time with their children, and not only ones they leave their homes. So as soon as a child is born, the income volume of men tends to rise. And in 6 months' time, I will be able to tell you more about it, because there is a new study on the way, and you are on board as well. And I hope that we can answer a number of questions. And usually, it's not mainly a financial issue, but usually this is about stereotypes. What is expected from men in our society? So a good father is a father taking care of his children. And at an operational level, you can do much more than you might think as an employer.
6 oder 7 Monate zu nehmen und dann
well, you just need to convince someone to spend 6 or 7 months at home on parental leave, and then you will realize that they can still have a career afterwards, and then there will be more men to follow, because this is about having a role model.
Aber wenn dann ein paar Frauen diese 2 Monate machen und man sieht trotzdem, dass
because if you realize that, for example, women spend only 2 months at home, and they will still see that their children will prosper. So acting as a role model is important, and we need to convince employers and get employers on board to have a corporate policy as an addition to our federal policy.
Genau, ganz herzlichen Dank auch nochmal für das Plädoyer. Ich kann
thank you very much.
Wenn wir in Firmen und Organisationen gehen.
Well, I couldn't agree more when doing he for she work. Sometimes the fathers, they're asking for parental leave because of the expectations of their employers, especially fathers having a senior role. They can act as a role model if they want their employees to go on parental leave. I would like to hear your feedback. Well, he or she has this central idea that men can act as a role model for other men. Maybe you can tell us more from a UN Women Germany perspective. Is this really working? So this question about men and role models? Well, I really think that it is working fine. I mentioned this conference taking place in Norway 15 years ago that was about splitting parental leave. And I think this is characteristic of Nordic countries. The working culture is different. Well, if the minister has to pick up his children, they can leave early or they get work later. There won't be important meetings in the afternoon because people need to spend time with their family. And it's even quite controversial whether you're really able to take important decisions in the afternoon after working 10 or 12 hours. And then there was another conference where I learned that sometimes it's important for the management board to say, we will leave at 5 o'clock, we won't stay here till 10 in the evening. We try to reduce our working time in order to spend time with our family when our children were young. So this idea of spending so much time at the office, well, might become outdated, looking at the shortage of skilled labor, because for companies might be important to offer family-friendly working time for women and men. So women
und Männer im Gegenzug
might want to work 80 or 90%, and then men might be able to reduce their working times. So
der wird eben das Nachsehen haben, wenn es darum
and those who will not be able to follow suit, well, they will face some problems because they might have some employees that want to tend or need to tend to their sick relatives. But in this case, you need trade unions, employers, and you need more men acting as a role model and telling other men that they can benefit from that. Maybe it is a bit naive to hope for such a development, but I'm saying it will fall into place because whenever there is some cultural offers, there will be better companies because these are factors that are important.
I think Jutta would like to react. Okay, Jutta.
Nee, Ilke, das war jetzt ja wirklich sehr hoffnungsfroh.
I mean, this was very hopeful what you just said, but I hope that you're right. At the moment, I see the discussion developing in a different direction, namely that everybody's working full-time instead of us trying to reduce women to 75 or move them up to 75%, but rather to 100%. So I think we have to work on this. Otherwise, we end up with a completely different world of work than we actually want.
Es ist schon auch eine
Secondly, it's also a matter of certification. I mean, my institute is part of the Leibniz Society, so we have the certification, audit, work and family, and the question of how long men take parental leave do not play a role at all. But this is where it should play a role. We have to certify differently. So if that were successful, it would definitely be more hopeful. I don't want to end on a negative note, but this is something that I really want to hope. These are consistent requirements for many working organizations, and if that were included, not just a question, is there flexible working time, but a real hard indicator, how do you achieve this? Then we would really make progress.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that was good.
Ich würde gern ganz zum Schluss das
And in the very end, I'd like to give the floor back to the two of you. We have already taken up a little bit more time than actually allotted to us, but this is important. I'll try to be brief. I'd like to agree with all of you, but we also have the feeling in the workshop we discussed the framework of orientation for young men, and we're talking about men, and I think all of these political measures are necessary, but it does not do justice to reality and the understanding and acceptance of these policies. We have to be more courageous. We have to talk about what the role models and the understanding of roles is that young people grow up with. Spain, they prohibit gender marketing. We should prohibit that as well. We have to be more courageous. We have to become more courageous and also ask the question, there are a lot of young men in Germany who talk about crises and have a lot of problems, but they get a lot of wrong answers from a lot of wrong people. They become radicalized in an anti-feminist way, and pulling them out of that thinking is very difficult. So I would say we understand that gender marketing is a big danger for our economy, for our social cohesion, and we have to tackle that. So I'd just like to point out we need courageous policymakers that tackle this and also focus on the advertising industry.
Das waren alles sehr konkrete und mutige.
Now these were all very concrete and courageous aspects. We'd like to say thank you very much for participating, Elke Ferner, Madam Minister Jutta Almendinger, and Nora and Akil. Thank you very much.
Genau, wir kommen.
Vielen Dank für eure tolle Moderation.
Thank you very much for your great moderation. I've been watching you the entire time now, and you're doing a great job.
Wir kommen tatsächlich jetzt zum Ende. Es gibt für Leute, die Lust auf mehr haben.
So, for those who want a little bit more, two more things. For the few men here in the room, we want that there will be more of you, clearly more. Remind your neighbors, your buddies, your work colleagues, if they are men, to join you. Just grab them by the arm and pull them with you. Secondly, there's a UN Women He for She conference on September 21st, organized by UN Women Global. You will find information on this online, September 21st. Maybe you can already note that down. And there's a list outside on the He for She table that you can sign up on, especially the men, if you want to digitally
Jetzt übergebe ich gleich an dich. Ich glaube, 19
connect with us. And I think at 7 we have to think of you. You have an important meeting there.
unterstützend an die Frau
We
Bundesministerin denken und ich übergebe an
send a few supporting thoughts to the minister at 7. Yes, and we as the facilitators would like to say goodbye and give the floor to Elke Ferner to take stock of the afternoon. Thank you very much for participating. Stay with us, and I hope we will see you some other time. Elke, the floor is yours now. Thank you and goodbye.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank an alle.
Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you for participating in this format, in the workshops, and for having stayed with us sometimes over the course of an event. You tend to lose people. We didn't this time. So thank you to Lisa Paus and Jutta Almendinger for this very lively discussion, and we will definitely support you in your cooperation with civil society so that our joint demands can be translated into actual government action. Thank you to the facilitators of the workshops, to everybody who participated in the workshops and those who worked on the demands. Martin Speer and Vincent Emanuel here, thank you very much for your excellent facilitation. And thank you to the team of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and my team, Maike Exner and Lena Trisbeck, to pick out just two of them. They prepared the organization, and Vanessa Kiesel and Lisa Marie Schmidt with the Ebert Foundation. Thank you very much to all of you. Without that preparatory work, these types of conferences couldn't take place. I mean, this is important work that nobody sees, so thank you, and we can later on have a drink together. And I heard in the workshops we also had some demands that were included, even though they weren't shown on the screen here, but nothing will get lost. We will include it on our homepage, and all of the demands will be presented to the responsible policymakers, also at the European level, and we will also follow up on the demands and see what happened with them. And this is what I can tell you. Thank you to the technicians and the interpreters. And before we really go into networking, I'm asking for a little bit more of your patience. This is the end of the official part of the event, but we have a special guest here, Karin Nordmeyer, our honorary chairperson. I already welcomed her, and so far we have not yet had the possibility of really bidding adieu to her as a long-standing chairperson. We had the General Assembly during which I was elected during COVID, so it was virtual, so we haven't really seen each other since that time, not live, so to say. So we're very happy that you're here today, and we at least wanted to take the opportunity to give you a little token of our appreciation. Usually it's a bouquet of flowers, but tomorrow you have to return to Freiburg, and by the time you're in Freiburg, the flowers are dead. So we thought we'll give you something to read. And I personally wanted to say thank you to you, not just for the work that you did to make UN Women what it is today, but whenever I need support and advice, I can always turn to you. So thank you, Karin, for that. Please keep supporting us as the honorary chairperson. Elke, thank you very much for this very unexpected package of literature, which is very important for me because I have a long trip back home tomorrow. I think it will suffice. 17 years I was with the institution, and I'm very grateful to you that I was able to pass on the baton after 17 years, and the house with UNIFEM, UN Women, and the great team members and friends of UN Women has been erected and has now been given a few new corners, balconies, and we have made a little bit more headway towards an actual equal, fair world. And I'm going to keep participating in this because it's an idea that you cannot say goodbye to. It is a perpetuous responsibility to ensure that same rights, same duties, same responsibilities exist for boys and girls, men and women, and that this becomes our reality. Thank you, and all the best to UN Women under your leadership and your new team, and the excellent experts that continue to support us, the ministers who, on the one hand, fill the golden pot at the end of the rainbow, and on the other hand, all of those of you who are practically implementing everything that we are doing on the other side of the rainbow in the golden pot of hands-on approaches. So may we advance a little faster, because I'd like to see it. And in order to also honor you, music opens our thinking and builds a bridge into the future. So we have a great violinist, Lea Brückner.
Mikro an? Können Sie mich alle